All right, let's see where we go. And we are live. Cool. What's up, guys? Been a little bit. Can you hear me all right? My mic may be a little low. There. Mic's a little bit louder. And been a while since I did this, so let's see here. Turn all this junk off. Sorry about that. Yeah, give me a minute, Johnny. Alright, I don't think that music's ducking enough. And I think the microphone needs boosted, so. Guess I should have checked all this before actually, starting the stream. Alright. Oh, no, I see what's going on. Let's bring that back down. I was changing settings for OBS for someone, using mine as a template. Jacked up all my settings. Alright. How's the microphone sound now? I'll adjust the music here shortly. How's the mic sounding, guys? Moderator section. Come on, guy. Come on, YouTube. There, Johnny, you're all good. You see the microphone clipping, so well, I don't know. I'll set it there. Let's see how it does. Close that. Oh, he'll join eventually. No, I just need 6, but 6 of what? 3 for 1.3s and 3 1.0s. Alright, it's not too bad. All right, Johnny. Biggest regret in designing these was not thinking of a convenient way of putting the harnesses on. I should be, Johnny. A couple hours at least. My 12, power on, power okay, 3.3. Microwave beeping in the background. E, 4, 5, 6. Not 7. Get your ass back in there. Where did I put these? So I already got 3 over there that I need to do, plus another 3, and I'm 1 short. And more of input harness, and more grounds. Por un momento, por favor. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The frame rate on the camera is terrible. Let's see if I can fix it. A little bit better. I lost my focus, but that's okay. Go. Back focus. Trying to set my focus here. Oop. I caused it to lock up. Alright, we'll leave it on automatic for now. Hey, Ace. It's a little bit more organized than Yeti's desk, but the surrounding area, not so much. One thing is I did add on. Let's see if I can get it to. Maybe if I go down low. Alright, well, screw it. I'll do it this way. Did put, remove the carpet and put hardwood floors in. You can actually see. Don't need that up. All right. Rusty Russ is 160 cent a whoopage. How about that? Does that work? That's too big. Across the floor. Gutters are nice when you're having to strip a whole bunch of wire. But it's got that little backstop here, so you can set your depth. Stupid thing moves way too easy. I am almost out of these. What else can I do? Rusty Russ is computer booter knockoff? No. Rusty Russ is Jason's lover. Hey, Jason. Sorry, bud, no commands. Someday I'll set those up. These can wait. Emo pooter. Timu Rasta. That's it. Rusty Russ's Timu Rasta. But wait a minute. What would make that booter then, Jason? I thought he was Timu Rasta. Not much. It doesn't make much. Oh, Booter's Timu Rasta. Yeah, that makes more sense. Weird combination, but so satisfyingly good. All right. Let's see here. This is number... Kinda. Number 237. Done a few of these. Am I alive? Had a couple close encounters recently. Thing we're not going to do is like some other YouTuber that I saw is try to solder these things from the top side of the PCB. To look alive, that's just really good skincare products. That and Jason has his miracle life serum stuff. Taste it. Not right. That is so not right. Guys, is the music ducking too hard when I start talking, or does it sound okay, or... I am missing my standby wires. I have actually tried that because I do have a solder pot. And it does have like the little solder fountain thing to do the wave soldering. I've tried that actually. Run into some weird problems. Problem where the well, I know one of the problem. I would get cold joints unless I overheated the board to the point where I would actually discolor it. Would get a lot of cold joints, but that is due to how the thermal reliefs are on the PCB, and that's an easy change. I can change that. But the other problem I was having is, oh, what was it? Oh, the components on the bottom side, they're not glued on, so it was very easy to just have them accidentally come off. So that was a problem. I'm missing my standby wire. Not 6 wires, 6 power supplies. Ugh. Hey, Red. How you doing, bud? Hope all's been well. Normally I don't need the scope for this, but I'll bring the scope out so you guys can see. forgot that it stays there. Off. How you guys doing? Yeah, things have been good, Red. About, I don't know, 13 to 14 of these power supplies typically a week, and plus anything else. A lot of IDE cables. Oh, speaking of IDE cables, this sucks, guys. So I had bought a new batch of IDE cables and had them imported, paid the duty, did all that stuff, went through, and I had bought more PXU harness cables as well. So I go through, you know, day one, they get them made. I had to wait a while because I ordered it during the Chinese New Year and everything, so that took a while. Go through the Chinese New Year, they get it made, ship, come over to here. It shipped UPS, I think it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was UPS. Yeah, 100%. Goes through UPS. Day one day, the small box arrives, and that has my power supply cables in it. The second day arrive, 2 of my IDE boxes show up, and I bought 1,000 IDE cables. And it's 200 per box. So I got the first 500. The second day, or the third day, excuse me, another box of 250 shows up. And then the fourth box never shows up. Gone. The contact UPS, contact the seller. You know, we're working it out, trying to figure out what's going on. The box is just gone. It's missing. Can't find it anywhere. So eventually, you know, we did have insurance on it, but it didn't cover the whole amount for some reason. I don't know. I don't know what the seller was doing. So the seller feels bad. He's taking care of it. He's taking care of me 100%. Love the guy. It's just UPS is refusing to do the payout, apparently. I don't know. So I don't have the full story. It's between the seller and UPS, but I'm missing 250 cables, and and during that time frame, I've already sold like 300 of them. So anyway, fun times. You think 1,000 cables is crazy? That was a small order. I don't want to say I do. Well, I don't know. I move a decent amount, but it's kind of weird. They have a, I guess all things do, but it does this like weird ebb and flow thing. Like they'll sit for like a month and nobody's really interested in them. You know, I don't know if like the cheap Amazon cable is like only $3 or something, that people rather just do excessive folding than spend the money for a properly fitting one, or what. But then all of a sudden it'll be like 1 week will come through and I'll sell 50 of them. And the other thing is there's other shops too that will buy some off of me because I'll do some bulk discounting if they ask. I trimmed way too much tires. Actually harder to do when I'm using the scope. Slowing me down. Biggest cable order? Somebody ordering... What did they order? I know it was over 200, but it wasn't quite 300. I want to say it was like 280 or something like that. Commonly get orders for like 100 or something for like people in... there's some guy in Germany, a couple people in England, UK area, I guess. And guy in Australia, he buys a couple. There was another shop I kind of partnered with. Unfortunately, when I partnered with him when I first started getting the cables, because the expense was just so immense when you're first starting off. So I was quite fortunate when he was like, hey, you know, I'll go in with you and split the cost. So it was a blessing. But fortunately, he closed down his shop here recently. But he would, you know, he would commonly buy 400 or 500 up. No, was not him, Red. No, it was, oh, that solder go? Got a crap ton of solder, and it all just melted right through the thing. Get when you don't use proper technique. I'm hesitant to say his name because he's, like I said, I don't know how public it is. He's shutting down. And it's not because sales weren't good or anything like that. He's just got a life. He's just busy, so he was just trying to... And it's not like he shut down forever. He plans on bringing it back. He's just busy in life. So I'm just kind of bought out his inventory for now, so that way he's not sitting on it. Some of his inventory, not all of it. I want to be respectful to the guy. He's helping. But I think he may have sold to Customs Xbox Direct. Maybe, I don't know. Really? Last batch of cables I just ordered. They actually got a little crimp down here at the end with a barb that's designed for literally plugging into PCBs and it latches into place while you do the wave soldering. Even for hand soldering, it'll work pretty damn good. Excited for those to come in. Yeah, I dealt with Neil. Actually, I'll show you in a momento. Yeah, his shells look nice, the dyed ones. I'm not a big fan of taking a limited resource like the OEM crystal shells. Oh, sorry about... Yeah, I walked away from the mic. But yeah, I was just saying it's a Crystal X3 CP. But as I was saying, I'm not a huge fan of taking a limited resource like the crystal shells and modifying them like that. But at the same time, I totally get why people would want to do that. And by no means do I want to say that it's wrong to do. It's just not my cup of tea. Yeah, I like the reversible mods. Though to be fair, a lot of the mods that we do are not reversible, like, you know, the CPU upgrades and... But, you know, those are few and far between. You know, the LCDs, where you cut into the shell, that's not really reversible, but again, I mean, it's not like... We've made LCD displays now that are removable. Those are really cool. When I say we, I mean the community. Did I not prep enough wire? Certain I did. Right. Yeah, you're right. Technically, it's reversible. Whole panel over there. I don't know what Big Machine Rambo has. What color is it, Hot Cows? This is a standard black, halo green, the crystal, the crystal blue, I have no depth perception when I'm trying to do this on the scope. I had, well, I didn't have one. A little backstory is I had a plain Xbox, but my brother had gotten the X3 CP front panel for his. Now, I had bought it for him for Christmas or his birthday or something like that. Which kind of makes the matter even worse, but as he was using it, we both had Executor 3 chips in our consoles back then, but I was so, as time went on, I ended up getting so envious and jealous that he had that front panel and I didn't buy one for myself. Because shortly after I got his, the shop we bought him from shut down. I forget the name of the shop. And I never found another place to buy one for myself. So for the longest time, he had an X3 CP panel and I didn't. Ever since then, it's been my mission to get all the X3 CP panels. When I say all, I mean all the variants. Only one I'm missing right now is the blue one, which is arguably the most difficult one to get. I got 3 black X3 CP panels, though technically one of them is Sean's. I got the Halo, or the Halo green one and that crystal one, so. What's up, TK? No, I don't have to reflow them after cutting, but A, it makes them look better, and B, I was always told that when you ever cut a soldering joint, you introduce a whole bunch of microfractures, stresses that could lead to a cold joint down in the future. So a simple reflow fixes that. Will prevent any cold joints for those microfractures. I don't know how true it is. Just something I was told in college. I mean, I can kind of see the science behind it. Oh, the pick and place. Is that what you're talking about, Yeti? It was one of the things that they taught there, Nevin. Not just for soldering. No, 8-bit, this is very much the right Xbox. Oh, part 4 Xbox. I haven't yet to pull an Xbox out. I don't even know if I'll get to an Xbox. Wouldn't that be an interesting stream for me? To do a whole stream and no Xbox. Just little accessories. So I do have a mail-in I need to get to, so probably we'll do an Xbox. got 6 PXUs to do. About halfway through that. Got to do the power input modules. So I may save that towards the end if I got nothing else to do. Because those are stupid easy. I mean, it's literally 2 wires. Programming them takes a little bit, but oh, I forgot to put the hard drive connector on that. No, I just can't count. Yucky! I don't think I actually follow Rambo. Good. But to answer your question, again, I have been looking at a pick and place. Been looking at OpenPNP. Got a Voron back there, so if I figure if I can assemble a Voron, I should be able to assemble a pick and place. Because one thing that kind of stinks is the TI chip. I think I'm no expert in import duties or anything like that. But when I have these boards assembled overseas, I got to pay an import duty on an American product that I bought in China. That is made here in the United States. And it's actually a lot cheaper for me to go directly to the manufacturer, Texas Instruments, than it is to buy it from there and have it installed on my board. So I've thought about the whole pick and place thing. Like all the buck converters and the logic chip, those are all Texas Instruments parts. HDMI connection. Yeah, it would be cheaper if I can assemble them myself. And I've looked into it. The problem is like the cheapest I can come up with, which, yeah, it would pay for itself pretty quickly. But the cheapest I've been able to come up with is going to, I don't want to say quickly. It would pay for itself, but it would not be quick. Would be the proper. It's like $6,000 to $8,000, even for a DIY solution, because some of the parts you have to get, and then stocking up the inventory, and I don't know. If I was doing, man, I've cut way too much insulation off that one. If I was doing a lot more, then I'd look into it more seriously. Uh-oh, what did you do? Yeah, the lumen pick and place, yeah. I was looking at that. That was actually one of the ones that was like, it was pretty close to doing the cost of my own. But when I factored in all the, I forget what they call it, but it's the thing that holds the reels. The feeders, I think is what they're referring to it. When I factored all that in, I was like close to 12 grand. All the different components I need. Maybe I'm not looking at it right. And maybe I need to stop thinking about just loading everything up at once and possibly just doing reel changes, but I really don't want to do a lot of reel changes, because if I got to do reel changes and sit there and babysit it, it feels like it kind of defeats the point. Can't remember if the Lumen was the one where it had your, where you can also 3D print your own feeders and stuff. I don't know. Or they are 3D printed. I don't know. There was one that was like, oh, you know, here's a machine to do your own DIY thing. And I saw that it had like, one company had 3D printed feeders. And I think one of them was open source, so you can build your own, but the other one was not. And the one that wasn't felt like such a contradiction. It's like, felt like such a contradiction. I was like, you're selling a machine for a DIY thing, but you don't have, art is 3D printed, but nobody can do their own art. If that makes sense. Can't remember which one. One of them made sense, the other one didn't. There was two different companies. Yeah, it was, I've looked at it. The Lumen was on the top of my list. Let's see. Where am I? I know where I'm at, but where am I? Here we go. These holes are almost too big. Crazy thing is, I had to open them up more. Three D printing's great, Nevin, when you got stuff to 3D print. Inevitably run into that conundrum of, I want to 3D print something, but what do I 3D print? You can only print so many benchies. Told you I would, Booter. You made me do it. Put the hard drive harness on this cable. This one before I forget again. Or 3D printing those prototype shells, Russie. Yeah, the mini Xboxes do look pretty cool. Fancy microphone. For SM7B. Got this microphone in as trade for a repair. Yeah, I need to get a haircut. Go to the barber Wednesday, I think. Normally it's just a buzz cut and the number 2 blade, and there we go. Cut this down, but I want to go to the barber, get something else done. Oh. It. Set that outside without actually dropping it. Those are configured. Oh, do I work on the next? Oh, no, they're not done yet. More. These are thinner gauge wire, so they like to fall out. There we go. Now that one's done. There. On. My hands are shaky. I think after these 3 power supplies, I'm going to take a break. Ooh. Controller, stick replacement. Up that wire and it hit me right off the side of the eye. I should wear safety glasses. Not that I will, but I should. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was on mute. You be mistaken, Buddha. I have TMRs. Need to order more, though. Ooh, alright. Let's see here. Why did... OBS is being weird. All of a sudden my music just died. Did my music disappear, guys? Hey, Starcat number 2. You were just lurking behind me. Fine? Alright. My VU meter shows there's no music anymore. Must be off because I do not see the VU meter. That is... The source changed. Sorry about that. Bet you that was loud. Alright. Follow. Come on. There you go. Good camera. Good camera. No, Chris, they did not. I imagine they would work Booter, but they would, you would need to double check something. You need to double check how the, pinout. I lost my solder wick. Ah, here it is. Yeah, I got a refund. I had to fight for it. Brand looks familiar. Blood sugar must be low. I'm ultra shaky. Music's too quiet. How's that? Well, not a good time to ask that as it's fading out. Let's get the triggers off. Too quiet, too loud. Nobody's happy. Here's a thing. This is what I wish YouTube or Twitch or somebody would do. Tell me what you guys' thoughts are if you could choose your own background music, you know, or isolate the microphone track. So if you were like listening to myself or any other YouTuber that had background music or whatever, you could just select to mute. Like to mute the music, just have the microphone, impose your own background or go without. I don't know, to me that seems like a really simple and easy feature for them to implement, and yet never have. Yeah, from the viewer side, Russie. Yeah, I know I can. Tried to copy off of somebody else's logo, Ace. There we go. Rusty Russ is a copycat. Probably should just use air and let the thing fall off. Oh, that's why I'm not picking up any sonar. I already picked it all up. Guess I should pay attention. But what fun is that? Come on. Apologize for my hands shaking, guys. You'd think, but no. Did have a cup of coffee this morning, but man, that was hours ago. And it was just one cup of coffee. And it's been a while since I've done a controller. Need to talk to my friend in China to see if I can get some more controller ports or controller cables, but I need to get them modified. Just not the. Don't want anything like the cheap AliExpress ones you can find because they got critical flaws. In near the foothills of Appalachia, you have to learn how to talk enough. These TMRs, they have a problem. They work really well. Diagonals are not perfect, but you know, a lot of third-party controllers also suck, so a lot worse than these. They're pretty close to original sticks. I accidentally wiped that component off. I don't think so. There's no designator to it. bend is pinned. Pent. The pin was bent. Still around, Boots? Narrow tip. I can hear you laughing back there. It was with a T. It was with a T. I can hear you laughing. Ends are ever so slightly short. So if anybody says TMRs don't work, it's because you gotta take into special consideration how short these stupid pins are. And God, how do I manage that? Alright, we'll bodge wire that. Yeah. Oh no is right. I felt it grab on the iron. On those later, but first, let's see here. Is that that's our ground, so that's not too bad. Want to use here. I did pretty good with that on my first shot, didn't I? Not bad for just eyeballing that. Could have used a thinner wire, but there was also a very good reason why I didn't. I didn't want to go with a thin wire. Potentially results even further. Turned down my speakers. Music got really freaking loud. Oh, wrong button. There we go. I have it at that's why I had the freaking speakers at 150%. Yeesh. I think Boots left too. Oh well. Bad. That. Looks like we got solder on there. Back. Where'd I go? Where'd I go? Where am I? Here we are. Continuity on that pin. Middle pin I need to reflow. Cheap TMRs. And it's just so a little bit of extra attention. I lifted the fucking pad. This board has some serious issues. Just pulled another pad by scraping my fingernail over it. Oh. Alright, well. Stubborn, so I'm gonna fix it. Obstinate. And despite what other people tell us makes sense and doesn't, we do it anyways. So. I just kind of pick a random copyright-free playlist. Like, this peels so easily, it's not even funny. This being the signal wire, we can use a smaller gauge. Thing is, I want to bend. I want to bend this pin out. Come on. Oh, I dropped my flux on the floor. Okay, there we go. Bothered my fingernail there. Did you see that? Okay, well, I'm gonna check all these other ones now. Skeptical now. Give that button, don't you? Alright, all the other ones are fine. It must have been... I don't know what was up with that side of the PCB or what. Or if my technique changed that much or something, but... that sucked. This pad's pulled off really too easy, and... Taken care of now. Rusted stuff knocked loose. Triggers. Let's see here. This is Why didn't you tell me that, Russie? Why didn't you tell me I had the wrong one? You want me saying that you're the best, but you won't tell me when I got the wrong trigger. I think that's my problem. My iron is not... I think my handle's wearing out. It's not heating my tip properly, and it's... PCB as it cools down. Raising a goat. I did. One of the cables I refused to sell online. Perfectly fine, it's just take time to fix the pins and product that you're trying to sell. about to send the cats through a absolutely tizzy of a storm because they hate it when I use compressed air. Off. Reason that's resetting the volume on the music. I don't know why. Right there. Make sure the surfaces are good. Sticks feel good. Up. I do not have the MMU. Kind of muttering right now, sloth. Yeah, when I actually speak up properly, my music attenuates down. I can attenuate it down a little bit more. But everybody says the music's fine, music's too loud. I don't know. Okay. Not going to do a complete assembly because I need to find where I put the shell piece for the MMU, but we'll assemble so we can test. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Motherfucker. Who goes here? Yeah, I should have saw that coming. You saw that coming, raise your hand. Fill out all the buttons I just put back in there. Do controllers very often, so. There, that's it here. Let me grab a couple of stick hats. Ah. How do you calibrate them, Rusty? That's the cool thing about these S controllers. They self-calibrate. They self-calibrate to a certain degree anyways. As long as you have your sticks within a certain tolerance, it'll just go ahead and take it. And the other thing is, it's kind of wild about the OGX is the dead zone for the sticks is like something crazy like 25%. bin of the MMU slot covers, and I cannot find it anywhere. Frustrating. One was up too high. Sorry. I must have a hell of a gate turned on this thing. I do not. I got... Unless you're listening on the wrong input device. No, you're on the right input. Alright, whatever. Where did I put the hats? I left them over there. I don't know why I'm trying to do it that way. Should go this way. Neighbor decided to cut our yard today. Lawnmower. You may hear it too. I'm not going to put all the screws in. Everything works. I got the MMU covers. There goes the lawnmower. This shakes the entire house. I know we don't like to weed eat, dude, but geez. Anyway, sorry. I got the slot covers down in the basement. I'll run down after the stream. Trying to figure out what box I stuck them in, but grab a console and test these real quick. Yeah, I could plug them into the PC, but it's the console that really needs to know. Where'd I get the sticks? Well, a mommy stick and a daddy stick got together and bolt. We even have a BIOS on this chip. bridge. Dang. Forced my hand. And I'm just kind of screwing with them. Jumper wire. See a bit of blue over here peeking out. Wanted to test a controller. Oh no, that's not it. 8-bit. I typically just charge $10 for those. Oh, that incriminating evidence. No. That may be a different story. It's either the Series X or the HDMI repair or the PS3 Frankie I did. No hard drive. Look good. All right, let's see here. There's a... Oh. Got a bad rumble. I'll show you something on this program. So you see where it says disconnects equals 20 right now. This is something to watch out for generic cables. There are no exception, unfortunately. That's why I stopped selling them. But so everything works, everything's good, you know. Up. Be circular, you know. Can't see the little bit of snapping going on, but I know that's the application too. As I was saying, 30%. Maybe between 25 and 30% is the dead zone for the OGX, so it's a pretty wide margin. These are EMRs. Oh, this is the version that has a plug in it. But anyway, important thing about this when testing controllers, and this is why I like using this app. So if we go into the rumble test here, I can trigger the right rumble, everything's good. Alright. Trigger the left rumble, you see it spazzing out. If we hit out of here, you'll see our 20 disconnects turned into 32. What's happening is that motor's drawing more current than what these cables can provide and causing the controller to restart. But what I'll have to do, that could be a couple of things, is A, just a bad cable, or the cable's just cheap and doesn't have enough. And like I said, that's the whole reason why I stopped selling these. But the other thing you can do is there's different motors. Some of them draw more current than others. I don't remember which one's which, but I'll have to go through my bin later and find the motor that doesn't draw as much current, and I can get around that issue again. Yes, this is a modded Xbox Yeti, but I believe there's talks about including it in the next version of Skeleton Key, so that way any console can use it. It'll do a temporary soft mod just so you can launch it. It's a pretty cool app. So, like for example, you know, there's the hardware information. Quick little memory test. This is a old version, so I need to update it. But yeah, you know, track your temperatures, video info, hard drive info. Again, this is an old version. I think Dark 183 has changed some of these screens around. Stress test thing where you can stress test the RAM, stress test CPU, everything like that. So X Plus, Nevin, you mean X Blast? X Blast is a whole different animal. So this application requires you to be able to boot the console. For now, requires you to boot the console. So you'll still need to do X Blast in order to actually get everything loaded. You know, to make sure you can boot into a BIOS. But from there, you can do more like actual stress testing, just testing the RAM over and over and over again. And it's not doing it like just a access test. It's actually dumping various patterns into the memory and reading them back, making sure everything's good. So, you know, X-Blast I'd say is stage 1. I'd say this is more stage 2 in terms of testing RAM installs. There's not a PC version, but I don't see why there couldn't be a PC version. I mean, there's lots of PC test apps out there for the controller. I don't like doing the PC version because it's not accounting. Okay, for example, that controller, I can put in a USB to Xbox adapter, plug that into the console, and it may not trigger that reset problem that I was just showing, because the PCs tend to run the voltage a little bit higher on the USB to compensate for line loss and everything like that, versus to what the original Xbox does, and you know, you're more likely to run into those reset problems. So I don't like to test on the PC, because it's not the environment that it's actually going to be used in. I like to do it on a console. Just boot up that app and it'll actually show me everything. I would highly not recommend it, Nevin, because, well, it depends. For a 1.6, it's doable. It's definitely doable, and it wouldn't be all that too hard. A lower revision console, I would not recommend it. You bridge the wrong pins on that flex, and you potentially could damage everything. And yeah, yeah, it's best to test with the actual hardware. Okay, I'll have to dig through my bin, find where I put the MU memory card slot cover thingy, and pick out one of the motors that doesn't draw as much current, or put a different cable in, one of those two. But I'm not going to do that right now. Starcat number 2. I'm talking to you. Would you do me a favor and bring that box in here? I will duck out the camera. Now I'll see if I can fix my top-down. Come on. There we go. The one sitting on the chair. Or SNES console tester. Wow. Muchas gracias, Starcat number 2. All right. Got a mail in. I was kind of rushing those other things because I wanted to get to this mail in. Weird tape. Worms. Starcat number 1. We don't talk about Starcat number 1. Oh, send me a console. A, fill the box with packing material. And I think this is quilt batting. This is Different. This is very different. Hang on. I know where it came from, but I don't know who it came from. Eyes still bothering me from where that piece of wire smacked me. It's got me right in the corner. Causing my eye to twitch. I do not know if this console is in for a CPU upgrade or a RAM upgrade. I'm assuming this is the one that the guy wanted to do a CPU, wanted me to do a CPU upgrade on. Which I already have CPU upgraded boards to do it on. Yeah, the gain, I don't know what's going on. Let me look at that setting, Booter. Filters. Ah, I see. Yes. Need to drop that to there. Alright, that should not cut me off so much. Allowing me to mumble a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is the one the guy sent me to do a CPU upgrade on? Or CPU swap? If it is, we talked about just changing the board. He wanted HDMI, CPU, RAM, XRTC, OpenXenium, all that stuff. At least he's got a good Delta power supply in here. But I don't know for sure. Then I had another mail-in, and I thought this was the other mail-in, where the guy's like, hey, I had bought RAM off of you, decided I can't, or I don't want to do it, and can you do it for me? It's like, yeah, sure, no problem. Thought that that's what this was. It's good to see the clock capacitor out. Punched wire. Use the fan moves. I mean, honestly, I've seen a lot worse 1.0s. Hang on. Let me check my email because I need to know what this one is. Because if this is supposed to be the CPU upgrade that we talked about going to a 1.6 versus the 1.0, I just need to set this aside and grab one of the other boards, which I don't have the HDMI adapters for yet. I might. I don't know. I have to look. Hail. Joshua, thank you for your order. You were talking about the Aladdin chips. That. Go. That's just spam. Orders. Oh, did I not reply to that? Oops. No wonder I haven't seen. Okay. Okay, yeah, you're back in the inbox. Is it you? No, that's the guy that was fishing. Ah, okay. So the extent to this is we're done. Because this is the CPU upgrade. So. Un momento, por favor. I need to go take a booty tinkle. And dig through HDMI stuff. Alrighty then. Alright, let's see what I got in here. Booter, it is very much very much the right Xbox. Alright, X3, replacement connectors, an original HDMI mod, let's see here, Do-It boards, YD KFAs, some SD programmer, I'll probably need that later, if I have a chip. Now, X3 stuff. Let's see here. Prototypes. Kratos. I don't want to install one of those. Not on stream anyways, because I'll get frickin' taken down again. But if I have to, I will. X3 chip, HDMI, FPC connectors. Alright. I know I have one around here somewhere. Xenium, Xenium. That is my personal HD Plus. Here we go. Knew we had one. I knew it. Oh, I'll show you. First, put that in there. That there. Don't know what those resistors are for. What are those resistors for? Don't know. I'll look at those later. Don't need that. Don't need that. Let's see here. Now I need to find... Do I have any of his flex cables for 1.6s? Oh, OXHD preview cables. OGX store branded. Replacement HDV 7511s. Watch me not have any flex cables. Booter, if you're around, I may need to trade you. Maybe not. I knew it. Oh, do I have another HDMI in here? Negative. Alright. I think this is like the last of the HDMI stuff I have. Yeah, those are all 1.6s. I should put this in here. Sorry. It's one of those ADHD squirrel things. Is like I should organize while I'm at this. Realize you guys are not watching me on stream to watch me organize, but not Nem, jeez. Gravy Shop. Every time I go install one of these HDMI boards, my video gets taken down, so I'm just not going to install it. Somebody goes through, reports it, gets taken down, I get pissed. Can't even appeal it, argue it, or anything like that. So we're done. So it goes there, it goes there, it goes here. I will need this, because we'll put that TR firmware on. The RAM back, not RAM, flash. Alright. Yeah, sorry, Nevin. Your name was escaping me, so I was like, I couldn't remember what to say, so I just called you by your username. No, not a Stellar HDMI. Oh, don't like the sound of that. Watch me just cause this to frag. We'll pull this off and double check. Probably would have been smarter to remove those pins from the bottom side. I just dropped my drawer. Hate when I drop my drawers. Go. Alright, this will be a good test to see how that underfill is doing. This is the problem with having CPU upgraded boards in stock, is if you need to mod them, you got to take them back apart to mod them. Now let's take a look at this under the scope. Worms, just so you're aware, Starcat number 2 is my daughter. That's little Andro, so. And this one did not adhere, but that's okay. As long as the BGA is not damaged. Okay, it kinda held, I guess. I will, yeah, it partially broke. How are we doing over here? That one is still attached, which it should, because partially disconnected, but I could see it still. This one's the only one I can't. Alright. So what I've started doing, for those who are wondering, is I started putting underfill on the interposers. And the reason is just to help protect that BGA from the board flexing, because these boards do flex. in hopes that, because I think a few of us at least ran into it a couple of times, where you do the CPU upgrade, and then after you put it on the shelf, then after a while, it's just not booting. Lots of reasons on why that could be. But the idea here is just to minimize the flex on that. I mean, it's a big honking piece on the board. With the heatsink clamp on there, and then you screwing it down in the bracket. There's just a lot of tension right there, and I hope that underfill, that's the word I was looking for. The underfill kind of helps keep everything stable. But right now I want to make sure she's booting and I didn't fuck anything up when removing that bracket. We all know it will and can. So that's there, that's there, that's there. Right, not fragging. Cool. The taste of tongues is not something I expected, but okay. I should, though. I should. Alrighty then. We are over here. All the way up I am. I want to turn it this way. Anybody see where I put my flux? I do too, Booter. That's why I started doing it with all mine. I do go through and kind of take the grinding pen and rough up the surface so that way it has a good area to secure onto. This stuff's like stupid cheap too on AliExpress. I need to change the tip on this. Let's not grab the super hot soldering iron tip like we did the last time and have scars on my fingers from doing. Alright. That. Conversations are okay, Starcat, but just spamming stuff is not. Keep that in mind. Oh. I can hear you giggling over there, Starcat. That wasn't an accident, so don't apologize. Or don't claim that it was an accident. know you're having a good time. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's encouraged. But gotta be respectful. And those who are actually watching know I'm not trying to desolder every single one of these pins one by one. I'm just removing the majority of the solder, so that way I don't have to use as much low melt. And if anything goes wrong, we blame Sean. Ooh, I put too much pressure. Too much pressure. Bad, bad, bad. That's bad. Use a brick of low melt. Oh, I am happy on how that one pin came clean. Sure it's all in there, mixed together nicely. Yeah, there we go. Some time to heat soak. Some time to heat soak. Hot air. Time for hot air. Sean with a W. The furry Sean worms. Yeah, 100C. 200-mile-an-hour wind. Air, whatever. Yeah, hot air, Nevin. Set it to about 100°C. Let it sit on the heat sink for a minute, a few seconds, no more than a minute. Yeah. Give gentle twist off. Or let the console run for a couple of minutes without the fan. If it starts getting too hot for you to hold on to, then that's where you start gently, I mean gently, rocking it back and forth until it starts working loose. Enough flux over here or what? But no. Okay, that was just flux in there. What? I got these little things. Mineral spirits, if you're really careful, you can use acetone and other things like that. Acetone's not very recommended, but you can use it. Oh, that didn't work. Bent the shit out of that. While I was at it. Damn. I am not having a good day, guys. This will be a little drill bit to clear out vias. Don't think I'm going to use them again. To damage it more than anything. Oh. Fine, I can fix it. Just not happy about it. Sean's fault. The furry fault. Alright. Fine, get this cleaned up. On under 7 is who we want to blame. Yeah, I fucking obliterated that rule. Sucks because I'm gonna need it, but it is what it is. Curious, did Johnny ever come back? Yeah, they used unleaded solder for this. I decimated that thing, didn't I? Damn. Sucks. You're not paying attention, were you, Nevin? Because I did. I also said why I was doing what I was doing. Ruggers! The guy that was selling Xboxes. I saw that on your Facebook. What you're doing there, Ruggies? Alright, I don't even remember. It's been a while since I stole one of these kits. Alright, sorry about that. Grab some more jumping wire. If I remember right, it is 1, 2, 3, these two. I think. Like I said, it's been a while since I've done an HDMI mod. I've personally been holding out until open HDMI solutions out. on. It's stupid difficult for ourselves and complain about it the entire time because you know what? We can. Oh, I accidentally forgot to go back. Yeah, long story short, Nevin, as Worms explained there, I use low melt and hot air, and I can just kind of, you know, give a little whack, and I get the board to pop off, or the port to pop off. It's easy. I don't usually end up damaging the board, but that turned out just fine, actually. And where I'm not using any physical pressure to remove the AV port, makes it a lot easier to store it, clean and store in the event that I ever need to use it on another console. Isn't it, Nevin? Well, I got all kinds of things I can complain about if it wasn't for legal obligations. Alright. This will be an HDMI install. Ruggies. Yeah, well, sometimes I have to reuse them in other consoles, so. Yes, you're right. If you don't have to, then why bother? Unfortunately, Ace. If I use NIMS, I always get my videos removed, so we'll see if this one gets removed. And this is what the customer requested, so that is fair. way more flux than I need, but hey. Whew. Toasty. What are you working on today, Ace? Got anything planned or whatever's just in queue? Do not like how that one joint looks. So we'll add just a touch more. Rest of them are fine. Nevin, you want to know the difference between the 1.0 and the 1.6 install. I can actually show you in this screenshot right here. The comparison of the pins. Oof. Does not sound fun. The 1.6, you have these nice chunky resistor arrays you can just attach to. And you saw me, you just remove a little bit of, you remove the excess, line it up, drag solder across, boom, you're done. Other than the anchor point over here. The 1.0s, you're attaching to this a very similar pin spacing, if not identical, to right here. And trust me when I say it likes to bridge, it likes to bridge. I mean, you can get used to it, and you get used to it eventually if you do enough of them, but you have to take your time and hit them and be very, very careful. Not saying it's impossible by any means, but you can't do it like I just did here and just go. Whoop. Should use my fume extraction. That would be a smart thing to do. It's what a smart man would do. Person. Am I that said person? Nope. And I love Kester solder. Nice and clean. The other, I know what you're talking about with the Weemon. Understand though, with these flex cables, they do not like the heat. When I say they do not like the heat, they do not like the heat. Maybe the Wii's are as equally temperamental about that, but I don't know. Oh, by the way, Sean, I went live. I was supposed to tell somebody else the next time I went live. I don't remember who. I remember it. Was it this one? Oh, come on. Keep getting a strand of wire. I think that's right. Ugh, I know, Ruggers. I just opened this one, and it's hard to see how much I've used, but you know, I've used a good bit of this a couple weeks ago. Just bought it, and it cost me like $62 with shipping, tax, and everything. Ugh. It was terrible. I hated it. Yeah, that's the right thing. I've tried other brands of solder and just don't get as nice clean joints. Contaminated with something other than just lead and tin. I'm trying to clean as I go because I've already ultrasonically cleaned this board, so I don't want to get a crap ton of flux everywhere and I cleaned it up, but I forgot my ground connection. It's alright. This one will be easy. Quick. Chunky ground plane. That's what we like to see. Trim off the extra. Clean. All right. Yeah, about the same amount of solder here too, Ruggers. Let's see here. I was able to... I bought my last spool. What was it? Concord solder, I think it was. I think that's who I bought it through. But, yeah, they had like the best price at the time. I don't know if they still do. Now, I need to remember, or just go look it up. Probably just go look it up. I need to look up the actual solder points for SDA, SCF. Actually, no. We'll just pull it off the chip. We don't have any good Indian shops around here. Makes me sad. Come on. Go. Who's messaging me? Nevin, how dare you? How dare you? I'm working. Yeah, I can do that, Nevin. Don't worry about it. Most of us have it. That's not the right tab. This is the right tab. Come on, strip the wire. I will load the TR firmware up on this sometime. I can do it this way. Alright, cool. Love the silicone wire. It's easy to strip. Just use your thumbnail. To be honest, Sean, this is the first 1.6 I've done with the HDMI in the new firmware, so the TR firmware. We'll see. I think somebody's got a fork of it they've been actively maintaining. I don't know if it's an actual fork or if they've been pushing upstream. I don't remember. Not too worried about it right now. Probably using Q-tips. Maybe, Booter. Maybe. What makes you say that? What makes you say perfectionist? Not shiny. Must be shiny. Keep lifting it up. There. No comment. Wire's a bit long, but oh well. I can trim that down later. Go. Pulse cam. Nothing connected pulse cam right now. Heatsink. I did something wrong. Actually, before I assume that, because I don't remember what the flash codes are supposed to be. But my capture device needs a stupid reboot every now and then. So let me unplug it. And I have no idea what firmware is even loaded on this thing. One of the AliExpress specials. Put down so I don't end up pulling on the flex. All right. Assuming this is with megahertz firmware. I can't ever remember what the LED codes are supposed to be. So let's just try swapping these around. Maybe I got them backwards. No, I don't think so. Double check. Yeah, nothing in my notes about having to do that. That board's just for the lower revs. No ferrite bead or anything like that to remember. So let's just assume I have them backwards, which is fine. Now let's just see if this works. I gotta trim this anyways. Sure, I could just leave that there. Put the power in. Okay, so that's a slow blink. Oh, I know. That won't work. That won't work. I actually need a front panel. Because I think what it's doing is booting Serb, and SerBIOS doesn't have the proper stuff anymore. So I need to tell it to go into Prometheus, which still does. Yeah, that's not even giving me any blink, so I'm just going to go ahead and reprogram. I have no idea what firmware is on here, and I need to have a known variable here to troubleshoot, so un momento. On. That, solder that one in. Let's see here. I don't remember. Do not remember which way this worked. I used to have a USB extension cable for this, but not anymore. Okay. Man, this has been forever. I have not. What's what, Sean? This will tell me, I guess. Installed using power from the Xbox motherboards. Recommended to not use it. Okay, well, we're not gonna disconnected from that. So I got my 5-volt jump on there. Caliber. And I need... Ooh, where do I have my ST utility? ST-Link. Okay, that didn't work. Where is... Oh. Where is my ST utilities? Where'd they go? I don't remember the name of the damn program. There we go. Of course, it's got to download an update. They do, Nevin, but I don't know what firmware is loaded on this one. Or if I'm even flashing it right. And I'm running into an issue, so I am flashing firmware that I know that predicts a certain way. Browse. I don't know which one I want to flash, honestly. Flash loader cannot be... Flash protection is enabled. Okay. Oh, we're not connected anymore. It would help if I was connected. Now, regardless, what can this tell me what firmware is loaded? That's all I really need. All right. Tells me enough. Alright. Sorry. That back. Didn't get anything flashed onto it, but I at least know what I'm doing or what I'm running into. Oh, when did that freeze? How long has that been frozen? Whoa, what happened there? My cam went all weird on its resolution. Okay. Not sure what happened, but there we go. That was weird. Okay, so one is that's fine. Two, this is fine. Probably too long. And part of the problem, or I had it right. The wires are just too long, probably, causing me issues. Put a dab of flux there. Bring those wires back a little bit. Might trim that later. I don't know. Depends on how bad my OCD gets. That'll go there. Who's there? Still on make megahertz firmware, just fine. think the problem is not the HDMI mod. I think it's my capture. I have had problems recently, time and time and time again, with that stupid capture card of mine. Yeah, I think that's right. I think the fast blink is right. I was getting slow blink when no... Getting hot. There's another heatsink. I don't like using that one. Yeah, this is the one I want. So I can actually make sure I'm not too far behind. Tell you how old this HDMI cable is and just say that I constantly question it. That's a Radio Shack brand. I do not think my cable is working. So let's try this. We'll unplug my scope. Oh, that's working. Okay. Input is working. So what did I do wrong here? Or is this just karma? Let me take a look. Scope. What I'm doing, yes, I am doing I have a original Xbox motherboard. Original Xbox from the 2001, 2005, 6 era, right before the 360. This motherboard, we have removed the stock CPU and the stock 733 megahertz CPU. I've done this on off camera. Put in a 1.4 gigahertz CPU which requires soldering in an interposer and all that kind of fun stuff. Also off cam, I have upgraded the RAM, doubled the amount of RAM by stacking the RAM chips and running a chip select line. Right now I am installing a HDMI mod by the customer's request, and I'm trying to figure out, and the HDMI mod's not working the way I expect it to, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. Thought maybe it had a different firmware installed, but that wasn't the case. It is indeed the megahertz firmware. So, pretty sure all these connections are bang on, but I'll reflow them just to be sure. That very well could be, Sean. Very well could be the issue. I'll see how it could be these, but you never know. This is like the easiest flex to install. One of the solder joints just didn't. Isn't right. Error. What do you mean error, soldering iron? Well, that's a good question. So, some games will take advantage of the additional RAM. Each developer back in the day was kind of left to their own free will to how to implement certain, the hardware, like the CPU, the RAM, and everything like that. Since they were left to their own free will, some games will just automatically utilize the additional RAM. Not many, but a few will. I think somebody was telling me Half-Life 2 was one of the games. Then, in terms of the CPU, that can lead to other problems where patching had to be done. Otherwise, the clock speeds were off. Games ran too fast or jittery, stuttery, stuff like that. And those are stock games, actual retail games. Then there's the homebrew scene. There's various homebrew games and dashboards and other utilities that do utilize the additional RAM and CPU. And even till to today, people are trying to push it to the absolute max. I would say the RAM upgrade is at least a bare minimum nowadays if you're running custom dashboards and have a larger hard drive, because those dashboards load more visual assets, screenshots and cover art and video previews. That all resides in the RAM. So I say RAM upgrade are definitely helpful. CPU upgrade is actually less because, the games were programmed specifically for a specific CPU in mind. I mean, there's definitely games that do benefit. And again, go back to Half-Life, and I pick Half-Life because that's one of my favorite games. Half-Life 2. For this console, it goes through and it is CPU bound in many ways via logic, AI, and everything like that for the NPCs. But other games like Halo 2, they're more CPU bound, or not CPU bound, GPU bound than CPU bound. So they don't see as much as a benefit for the CPU. So it's a case by case. Not always going to be this is better or that's better. It just depends. Oh, I see what you mean by the chip it being upside down. This is these are resistor arrays. They're unidirectional. It doesn't matter if they're upside down or right side up. It flows the same. The traces on the board dictate more than anything. Alright, so got all that reflowed again. I doubt that was the problem, but maybe. That's in there. Power supply, and where'd I put the heat sink? Here it is. Come on, give me a picture. Still convinced my capture card's acting up. Console is booted. Jeez, air just let go and it scared me. Compressed air. Alright, another HDMI input right now. I think I may have to troubleshoot this off screen where I can steal another television. Because I still think it's my capture card that's acting up. I got 5-volt. Yeah, that's alright. Unless this is bad flex, which I highly doubt. That's right, that's right. Well, that's what I'm saying, Nevin, is I may have to do this off screen where I can plug it directly into a television. Let's do this. Let's do this. Set this off to the side. Switch that around. Move that out of the way. Let's actually test the HDMI input. Let's see if it's actually the input or something with the install. Should put a resistor across that. No, it's not the capture problem. All right. This is why I don't like HDMI mods. I get the video modes right. Go over here. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4th on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is right. Then down below. 1, 2, 3. That is right. It's damaged PCB. Alright, so. Since I damaged this area earlier, let's make sure I didn't screw something up. Put that there. Okay, so that's good. These two should. So those are showing continuity. So those are bridged. All right. That's all good. What on earth happened to these guys? Oh, it's not a break. Doesn't that look cracked? It's not cracked, it's a reflection. Crazy. Alright, so do I have a blob of solder anywhere? Kind of like that. I blame Sean, he jinxed me, this is all his fault. I will make him pay for this. Still not 100% convinced it's not my capture. I don't see any shorts anywhere. So the ground is connected. Let's see here. Got the jumper set. Have the flux installed. Flex, not flux. Yeah, even looking at Igniter Hertz Guide, I didn't forget anything. The only thing different is where I got my SDL and SCL, SDA from. Doubt that would make much of a difference. Even how he's doing it with his Stellar, the only difference is I'm doing it in the ghetto way. Alright, visually inspect this. Maybe when I knock the connector off, I damaged or moved something. Everything looks spectacular. Oh, see, sorry, I was focused on a thing. I missed your question. I'm not aware of it introducing any latency, but I am not one to be able to... What the hell is that going on? Is the flex bad? No, that's just flux. Okay. Couldn't tell if that was damage in the flex or flux. That's just flux. Well, let's check this real quick. I don't have a different chip, Nevin. maybe one of the chips I got off of AliExpress. I don't know. Oh, flux residue. That was a solder ball. Somewhere there are, Nevin, yeah. I don't have any, but I've seen them online. Pretty sure this is all just flux, but go through them anyways, just to be sure. 'Cause I'm running out of other ideas. I don't think I know my flex install's not bad. That looks a lot better, honestly. Those are all passives. Those are fine. Good is here or your food is here? Still not displaying, Booter. I'm not 100% certain why. I made sure it was on the right firmware. Maybe I changed it beforehand, or somebody did before I got it. I don't know. So I don't even remember how I came across this chip. I think it's an AliExpress, but I'm not 100% certain. Thanks, Hot Cows. I know I'm good looking. Just wish the project here would be going well. Ah! We got a green light. We didn't have that before. I seriously think it may have been that bridge. I think there was a bridge there. I didn't have that green light beforehand. Now I do. Not have HDMI signal. Shit, it's 8 o'clock. Trying to frickin' rage me, dude. I don't know if you're watching or not, but you trying to rage me? For the love of God, people, don't put the polycaps in for the VRM. It's not... No. I'm not even going to get started on the polycap thing. Alright. Where was I? Oh, yes. That's sitting there. That's there. We have a green light now with flashing blue. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Yeti. I mean, that's exactly... Why'd you zoom out all of a sudden? I don't know. Low blink is no SM bus. Oh, I got the SM bus right. We didn't have the green LED earlier, but I think we got that resolved. Must have been that little bit of a little solder ball I found. Or similar. Here, just clean all these pins out. If during the manufacturing process they used paste and didn't clean it properly, there could be enough paste in there or solder balls to short. Unlikely, but who knows. This is all Shakir's fault. Blob of solder right there. I don't think I put that there, but never know. And then this one pin. I think it looks acceptable. Tell that's lead free. Cool. Good. That's a bridge. Cleared it, but I felt the way it caught. Maybe not a connecting bridge, I don't know. Or really hard flux, I guess. Could have been hard flux. Likely was, thinking about it. My replay stream is very laggy. Why is that so laggy? There we go. I can see myself seeing myself. That sounded weird. And that's there. Well, we did have a solder bridge, but it was insignificant. It was only preventing us from getting our green LED, which we now have, but This came off AliExpress, man. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Those all look fine. Unlikely, Nevin. Very unlikely. There's no loose pins or anything. Like, I don't know the story on why these are on AliExpress. I don't know if they're production duds or old stock or whatever. Doesn't matter to me. Been floating around in my parts bin for a minute. So it's possible it got killed in something else. Or due to something else. I'm not knocking the product or anything because work did go into it, and that is rightfully deserved. Respect is rightfully deserved. All look like good. I am being told that it is going to be time for me to wrap it up so I can get some dinner. I don't know what dinner is, but I do know I like to eat it. I'd flux between those pins, nothing there. Those all look fine. Rusty flux. I think these are all tied to ground anyways, so it doesn't matter. The pins that really matter are just over here. And up here. Alright, well, we will attempt one more time, and then I'm gonna assume that it's just bad. That's the case. Some actual chips. Couple of these HD Plus chips that I bought from Make Megahertz quite a while ago. Quite a while. Man, that's a couple of years ago. Man. Forget how long this mod's actually been around. But anyway. Try it. See if we get lucky. Doubt it. Doesn't look like it. Just going to consider this one a defective unit because those look great. I don't see how anything could be wrong with that. So, hang on. All right, I can't do much with this until I get until I dig out the other chips. Those are downstairs. I need to make more PXUs, but it's time for dinner. So it is time for me to wrap up. I need to eat. Then I'll come back and figure out what's going on with this. The fact that I couldn't even get to the STM32 tells me that may just be a bad chip or something. Like I said, I have no idea where this thing came from. It could have been defective from the get-go. Could have been from a salvage pool I made. I could try to slap in a different HDMI solution that I have. I think I got an OXHD I can throw in as well, test later. But like I said, I gotta eat. Family time. So I'll take care.